Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to my studio. My name is Michael Markowski. I guess it's morning, so good morning, everybody. Well, it's morning for me here on the west coast of North America. And today what I want to do is I want to complete the cat paintings that we began last week. We began 4 different cat paintings by the great Andy Warhol. And we've got a number of them on the go, which it didn't occur to me at the moment, but it's very Warholian to have lots of artwork being generated simultaneously, many different versions, and because after all, Andy Warhol was a big believer in the multiple, in creating many versions of the same thing in order to reach the widest number of people in the audience. And being a business person himself, that was certainly a big part of that. So we got a lot of stuff to do here, and I've got a lot of different materials. So a few of the things that I'm going to do today, I'm going to take some of the canvases that we created. We started, right? Some of these are on canvas boards, and then some of them are on paper. Like this is one my daughter helped me do using a stencil we did last class. And then we've got a bunch of these that have tracing paper taped to them or hinged to them. And we're going to use Andy Warhol's Blotted-Line technique in order to transfer those lines onto these papers and canvas. Excuse me, where'd that come from? So we're going to do a bunch of different ways of applying paint and ink. And a few of those methods are going to involve using calligraphy pens. I went out and bought a new set. I have one somewhere here in the studio. I'm also going to try making calligraphy pens with some paper straws. I guess I don't have any plastic straws anymore. Using one chopstick, a silicone straw, some popsicle sticks, and even these little what would you call these? These little shims that you may have seen in behind your canvas if you buy stretched canvas. This one, of course, doesn't have one, but sometimes you'll notice inside, especially like the ones from the dollar store, you might see these things stapled inside the plastic, and when you open it up, these are intended to kind of shove into the corners to spread the canvas outward to make the canvas itself tighter and more drum-like. So anyway, I've got tons of these things kicking around. Maybe you do as well. So I just thought, well, let's see what we can do out of all of the relatively accessible materials we might have at home. I also have this fine line painting pen, which I haven't used in maybe 20 years. So I want to bring that out. I'm going to use some fluid acrylics. I'm going to use some acrylic inks, which are similar but different. Both of them are quite fluid-like. You can hear them sloshing around perhaps in the microphone. So they're fluid versions of acrylic paint, one more than another, as well as some traditional India ink. So lots of different materials here, and I've got lots of canvases in order to test all these tools out. And mostly what I'm interested in is kind of seeing the difference between how the acrylics, the fluid acrylics, and the acrylic inks will behave in contrast to the India ink. Because I used an all acrylic paint for these paintings. This is all acrylic paint. I did use a little bit of airbrush medium in here in order to thin that down, especially, and I used more and more of it to get more of this watercolor-like look. So my just initial kind of thoughts are that if I use this India ink on top of acrylic, I'm skeptical at how well the India ink will bond to the acrylic surface. I don't think it's going to peel off or bead off like oil paint or acrylic might do on oil paint, but I am kind of maybe concerned about the long-term stability of it. I think it'll work better on paper. That ink will absorb better on paper, but where it overlaps onto the acrylic, will ink stick to that acrylic permanently, or will it perhaps, especially if it gets a little bit moist, will it run or I don't know. So that's the plan. Lots of different stuff here today. It's going to be a little bit of a experiment episode, which I haven't done in a while. Oh, look at all the people in the chat there. There's Waleed. Nice to see you again. Marisol says, I'm taking your drawing class on your YouTube channel. Awesome. Lolly's there. More Michael masterpieces already. Are we lucky? Jeannie's there. Hi, Jeannie. Barbara's there. Hi, Barbara. And lots of conversation here. Bless you, Michael. Thank you, Barbara. Lolly says, this will be interesting. I have an old calligraphy pen I'd love to get the hang of, but I've not had a try for ages. This might give me the push or inspiration I need. Barbara says, I'm going to take notes on this one. Jeannie says, I've been watching the Artist of the Year, Portrait and Landscape Artist of the Year in the UK, which is a great TV show. I think it's on Netflix or Amazon Prime here in Canada. And the ink ones fascinate me. Interesting. I haven't watched those episodes, so you'll definitely probably see someone using them in a less less, not professional, less, in a much more naive fashion, I suppose you could say. So let's actually just cover the plan for today. So typically what we do is we do the image transfer and then stain it with a little bit of color. That's the input amateur. Then we talk about the biography of the artist, and then do a little bit of underpainting and maybe background, foreground, until we finish. Well, the first of these two episodes, we did really this first half of our checklist. We got the images transferred onto the canvas. We added some color to the canvas. So there was some warm yellow, if you can believe it, underneath this surface. And then I added some kind of newspaper kind of color paint that I coated over top of that. While that was drying, we talked about Andy Warhol. And then we began by applying the colors onto these surfaces in various different methods. So we also used some stencils in order to transfer some of these images. Those are the ones that I did with my 4-year-old daughter, who made an appearance in last week's episode. So I think what we did is we began with the backgrounds, and now today we're going to jump right into foreground pass number 1, and we're going to spend most of our time there. To be honest, how many of these do I have? I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So I got an even dozen of these. So we'll see how long it takes. I'm hoping about 3 hours so that we can finish and I can pick up my daughter from school on time. Don't worry, I'll be there on time. Just I have to keep that in mind. So if you're watching the channel for the very first time, please hit like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell. Right now the channel is exploding. It's the second most views I've had over a short duration in the entire 15 years I've been here on YouTube. So it's pretty wild. So, but most of those people are not subscribing. There's like literally hundreds of thousands of views over the past few weeks. So, but that's not translating into subscriptions. So if you did, that would be super helpful. Probably if you're watching right now, you're not subscribed. And if you want to support the channel with a small donation through PayPal or the Super Chat while I'm live, you can send an e-transfer or check in the mail by contacting me through my email. My email is on the Facebook group and on my website. All those links are down below in the description. Okay. So, maybe just before, just a little bit of last housekeeping, just encouraging people to join said Facebook group. The link is there below, as I said. And not next week, but the week after, I'm doing a long-awaited feedback episode focusing entirely on the paintings that you guys have been working on for the past few months. And I'm looking forward to doing that because it's been a while since we've dived into just the paintings. And so upload your work to the Facebook group so that everything that's on there, I cull it all off and organize it into folders, and then we can celebrate your achievements together as a group. And then just also lastly, if you're wondering, obviously I covered this in last week's episode, but if you were wondering where we got some of the images that we're using for today's episode and you want to jump right on in, well, click the Dropbox folder. It says free outlines. Click on that. It'll take you to a number of folders, but we want this one near the top here, 00U, I think it is, Andy Warhol. You click in here, there's Marilyn Monroe and cats. We want cats, since that's what we're painting today. And you'll find all the templates which you can download and print out on your printer at home or work for free. Well, I don't know if your work will let you do it for free or your partner at home will let you do it for free, but you can download it from me for free. However you get it on your computer is up to you. So let's jump to our first step here. Okay, so I've got a lot of canvases and paper prepped and ready to go. This one that I've got here is one of my favorites so far, so I think I'm going to leave this one maybe to last. Ideally, over the course of the next 12, or I guess the 11 ones that will precede this, I'll get the hang of it. Not always the case. I'm sometimes a bit of a slow learner, so we'll see. And that way I can save all of the knowledge I'm gathering and I can apply it to the one that I like the most. Although I would suggest sometimes, you know, or at least the way that Warhol would work is we might get some very unexpected results here, which would lead maybe some people to say, oh, these are garbage, you should just tear these ones up. But Warhol would absolutely have been the kind of person who would have said, I like that. It's different than all the rest. But maybe even someone might describe it to be worse than all the rest, but it makes it unique, and I can sell unique. He didn't say exactly those words, but that's, you know, the businessman in the back of Warhol's mind is always running. And so anything that created something slightly different than the rest, unlike most printmakers, Warhol saw that as an opportunity rather than as a failure of the process. So I'm going to begin, and these ones also I did with my daughter, so I think I'm going to save those for a little bit later. So where do I want to begin? Okay, let's get, I want to do these. Let's save those. How about let's start with this one here. Just zoom back out a little bit. So this is one that's ready to go, and it's also relatively simple so that if I do something I'm really unhappy with, it wouldn't be too hard for me to remake it and get it ready to go pretty quickly. Did I only do one yellow one? Oh my goodness, there's so many of them around here. Maybe. Okay, and maybe before I even start that, what I want to do is look at a few different ways that we could do some printing or calligraphy. Sorry. So here's some leftover watercolor paper from when I often like to get large sheets of water paper and tear them down into smaller pieces that I can use for painting and drawing on. And I like to hand tear them, so I get these kind of rough edges. You can see here's the factory edge. Maybe you can't, but one side's got a factory edge. Let's just zoom in even. This is total segue, but, or not segue, the opposite of a segue. Diversion. So here's the factory edge, which I cannot stand. I don't like that sharp, hard edge. And here is the edge, the natural edge, or no, that's actually not. That's okay. So here's the natural edge. Also, it's technically also the factory edge. You can see one side is kind of cut like this, and one side has this nice uneven border as the paper dried. And then here's the side that I've torn. So I'm actually pleasantly surprised and happy that I identified this tear as my own rather than the factory tear. Anyway, just thought I would just point that out. I like to take these, just take a ruler and just trim it down. But I just want to get these set to go so that I can test a few different kinds of methods of using or a few different tools to do calligraphy. So actually, well, let's. So I've got this set here I got at Michael's Art Supply, and I'm pretty confident this is going to work. Well, yeah, let's open it up and let's start with our baseline of what. And so this was, I think, 25 bucks, 20 bucks, somewhere around there at Michael's Art Supply. So they did sell other ones that were cartridge based, in that they come with like a little tiny ink cartridge that you put in just like you put into a regular pen. And those are fine, but not necessarily what I want to use, it's not really I don't want to use the ink from those cartridges. I want to use either acrylic inks or India ink of my own, so that, because I'm especially doubtful that ink that comes in those ink cartridges is going to bond to the acrylic paint I used last week. Perhaps if I use watercolor paint. The thing is that acrylic paint is much more plasticky-like, whereas watercolor has less of, it doesn't have a plastic binder in it, and therefore I think it would absorb ink much better. So those of you who used watercolor, you're probably fine, but if you used acrylic, maybe not. So you can see that these things also come with different tips or nibs. The one thing I was kind of a little bummed with these is that they are all quite pointy. I wanted maybe one or two that had a less sharp point. And to be honest, I'm not even really sure what the difference between these are. There's no explanation of what these different tips are. I mean, to my mind, they all look pretty simple, or similar. It's just that maybe the well is slightly different in the amount, so therefore the amount of ink that they'll create, or they'll hold, sorry. I feel like I'm all over the place. I haven't had my tea yet. There you go. Now I'm magically on fire. Okay. That did the trick. Now, my brain is working at 100%. And then what kind of ink is this? Black ink. Not very helpful. Black ink, okay. Well, there's lots of different kinds of black ink, so I'm going to set that aside. So let's start out here. This is also, I've had this since my father got this for me, I think after high school. I've had this thing forever, and I bring it around with me all over the place. He got this for me as I think a graduation present, and it's a traditional Chinese like inkwell here. So whenever I do anything with ink, I like to bring this thing out. I've brought this around with me all over the world as just sort of a little keepsake, kind of a feeling that my family is with me when I'm making art. And especially now that I'm doing this whole Marie Kondo cleaning of my house, things like this become even more meaningful. Rather than, I mean, I could just use like a lid from a jar. You could use a little plate from your kitchen, etc., or, you know, a yogurt lid or something. But little things like this, I think, are really worth the investment, or keeping around. Potentially even thinking about using an heirloom that you've been given that you kind of like, oh, I don't know what to do with this. I was going to throw it away or donate it to the Salvation Army. Well, maybe you could instead keep it and use it as part for making art. Yeah, maybe it might get all stained and gross and no longer be the pretty thing that it might once have been, but for you it might carry a lot of sentimental value, right? So I'm going to use this. Let's start with India ink. So India ink is one of the best inks for doing any kind of drawing or painting with, because it gives you a really nice, dark, solid color, right? Very, very opaque. So we'll see how this works with our calligraphy pen. Now, I'm not a calligrapher, so I'm not going to show you how to do, you know, your like typical kind of lines with, you know, to write words. But this is great. Okay, so I can get very, very fine lines. Let's even... So, you know, ideally, so you can see this little, space inside there, that little oval shape. Ideally, what that can do is hold a lot of ink for you. And that should allow me to then be able to draw for a longer period of time. And I really soak it in up to, yeah, you can see previously I was able to do about 3 lines. When I tipped this over, I guess I could also put more ink. Well, yeah, let's put more ink in here. So often though, I notice that I end up not using nearly as much ink as I would have thought when I do anything with India ink, and I always end up having to pour a bunch back into the jar. So let's just there's something so satisfying about that scratchy sound. Okay, so there's one of these. I'm going to take that and I'm just going to put it here in the water just to kind of take off some of that excess ink. Should have just shaken it. No, will I be able to... my fingers are too big. Come on. There we go. Okay. So out of curiosity, I want to see what you could see. So this is what happens when this India ink gets a little bit wet, even if it's after it's dried. In fact, let's just see some of these other lines here. You see that they come alive a little bit. So that's definitely a little bit of a concern with acrylic inks, is that they are not going to be as stable maybe as one might like. Not so happy with the way this connects inside there, but anyway. Okay. So let's see how this functions. Oh, interesting. So this really defies my expectations. The other one did make sharp lines, but even when I pressed on it, it seemed to be quite narrow. So this actually, I'm surprised, is able to get a wider line. Obviously, if I push down, you can kind of see, it's probably pretty hard to see on camera, but as I apply pressure, it splits right down on the tip, and that makes for the wider line. So that's actually pretty good. I like this one. I would have thought this one was my last choice here. And then just out of curiosity what this bigger one does. It's got this wild shape to it. I'm thinking probably what it's going to allow it to do is just hold a lot more ink, so I don't have to dip quite so often. And it looks a little bit kind of a little snazzy. So it holds a little bit more ink, but not a lot more. It feels a little bit more flexible, so that I should be able to get even wider lines. But look at that, immediately it runs out of ink after just, what is that, like maybe 1.5 inches, 2 inches there? Okay. I am just curious now. I'm just going to check out this first one again. I didn't really apply that much pressure to it, so... Okay, so I can get a fairly wide line, but that's about as wide as it gets. So, which one should we start with? Let's start with that one I was just using. I think that one is yeah, let's start with the India ink. And I'm going to use this so you'll recall from last week's episode also I used a number of different kinds of tracing paper, and this one is the one I think that turned out the best. So this is the Canson brand of tracing paper, and it was the most transparent one of all. Now I've also done this on two different. I did this on what I thought might be the back side of the tracing paper, just to see if there might be a different coating on one side or the other, and that potentially it would adhere more or less to one side of the tracing paper. So I thought, let's just see before we take anything for granted. Because sometimes, you know, somebody might use the underside and then feel like, I didn't get the results Michael did on camera. So this might help us diagnose maybe what that problem could be. Okay, so yeah, I think I got enough ink for right now. How are we going to spread this out? So one thing is because these tips are so small and so sharp, I am afraid I'm going to tear this paper. But now that I draw on there, unless I push into it, I'm actually really surprised at how resilient that paper is. Okay, so to do this process, let's I'll do it zoomed out to start, and then I'll do a number of close-ups. So let's get some ink on the calligraphy pen. All right. Okay. So I'm transferring, basically using a printmaking method to get this image onto the other side. And you can imagine this is going to take a little bit of time. So where the ink is a little bit thicker, it starts to blot. Okay. So let's zoom in. Right, so sometimes it can make for a little bit, you know, of larger blots here than maybe you might want. I certainly didn't want that much appearing on the nose, but I'm going to keep on going. I also noticed that this is still quite wet. It's taking a little bit of time to absorb. This is what I was thinking might happen with the acrylic, or sorry, just the India ink on the acrylic surface, is that the acrylic surface might act as a bit of a barrier between the India ink and the paper, and slowly absorption down, which might mean that the ink might sit for a longer period of time on the surface before drying, as opposed to being absorbed really quickly into the paper, and still blotting and creating these sort of little pools of ink, but maybe not so wide because they're getting absorbed into the papers quickly as opposed to spreading outward. Let me see. As opposed to just getting soaked in versus spreading outward and then soaking in. All right, that makes sense. So it's also still wet on the other side, meaning if each time I press, I'm going to continue transferring more ink. I actually thought it would dry faster than it is on the wax paper. or not the wax paper, the tracing paper, sorry, that I'm using here. So some of it transferred and some of it didn't, right? I was a little bit less, I put less pressure on my brush, meaning less ink was coming out. And so that meant that it could dry faster. And I can go over top of some areas that maybe I felt want to be a little bit darker. Right, so, I mean, first of all, I have all of these outlines that I did using the carbon paper originally. The way that Warhol would have done this would have avoided, he in fact wouldn't use the carbon paper at all, wouldn't paint this yellow, would just transfer this directly onto a white piece of paper, and then afterwards color it after the ink has been done. I'm sort of going in the backwards method, which I think it just makes it maybe a little bit easier for children, perhaps. I don't know. Oops, the nib fell out of this thing. So you can see I got a little blop of paint, or ink there, I should say. I'm going to try to soak up some of that. I'm going to press it in here anyway, even though it's a mistake. Okay, so let's just keep on trucking. Now, I'm not the biggest fan of this. It's already kind of loose. I can imagine I'm probably going to return this one afterwards because of that. Obviously, the more that it stays in contact with the paper, the more that blotted line is going to appear, right? If I just really quickly tap it and do a very quick stamp, then less ink is going to transfer. And the faster that I flip that paper up to do that process, the more ink is going to arrive, and the less time it has to dry on the surface. Okay, let's zoom back out a little bit. I got a delivery at the front door. Okay. You'll excuse me for just a second. I think I got somebody at the front door. I'm gonna run and get that. Oops. Package in the mail, package in the mail. I love mail, package in the mail. Okay, so turned out pretty cool. So I know for some people they're like, oh my god, that's terrible. But first of all, this is just the first one that I've done here. So my expectations are pretty low as I learn this technique and this material. But also, the whole point of using a technique like this is that we're going to get a bunch of unexpected results. And if unexpected results is something that you like, then you're going to love this technique. If getting surprised by a material or technique does not appeal to you, then this is probably not the technique for you. So I felt like that area needed to be much darker. Let's keep on going here. I'm going to do this eye here again. Oops. You know what? I'm also just going to do a little bit of a test here and see what would happen if I did the opposite. What if I took, because I'm not happy with the way this eye turned out, and since I know where I need to put that line, what if I put some ink right directly onto the surface here? And then use the wax paper to kind of blot that up a little bit. Okay. I mean, that kind of, I like how that, I mean, it's not the best, but I kind of like how it has. So I'm even just going to go back in here. Touch it up. If you want to amplify a little bit of this, I can just do little dots. Okay. So now, I'm going to do a bunch of these little details here. That didn't work well. I'm going to let them sit here for just an extra couple seconds. So they're not so wet when I transfer. Let's see if that helps in any way. Okay, so I'm going to finish inking this up, and then I want to try doing another version with the acrylic ink and see how that works. Like I can really see it's creating. Talk about blotted line. I got a lot of blotted lines here. Maybe too much. Let's compare. So you can see my version compared to Warhol's. This leaves maybe a little bit to be desired. There's a lot of blotting here that's resulted. I'll wait for this to dry before I try painting in those orange eyes. Okay. So that's a good first attempt. Now I'm going to peel this off, the tape where the hinge was. I'm going to just add this signature here that was done by, or any of the writing was done by Andy Warhol's mother, Julia Warhola. So let's should we sign Andy's name on here? Okay. first one turned out. So what did we learn here? First of all, I can reuse this again and again and again. Right? I could just keep on inking it up and keep on printing with it. And ideally, as I do, I might get a little bit better each time. And who knows, maybe the way that the ink absorbs into the tracing paper will, you know, this first one will kind of maybe potentially improve. It might stick differently to areas that already have ink versus areas that don't have ink. Who knows? Maybe we can even try a little bit of that. So there's our first one down. So let's see. What if we now switch to acrylic ink? Okay, so I'm going to show you. Got quite the collection of acrylic ink, but do I have black? I'm sure I have black in here. How is it possible I don't have? I don't have to use black. I got white and silver. Sure, I've got black. Well, I'm sure I have black. The question is, if you can't find it, then do you really have it? Ah, that's crazy. That's crazy. I'm probably have 5 of them somewhere. My studio is the last place it's going to get reformed here, so. Okay, this is a drawing ink as well. Let's instead go to, what would look better, purple or blue on that red? Maybe. Okay, it's the same thing. So we'll try some. This is. No, let's try to reprint. No, let's. No, let's use this one here because this is the exact same tracing paper and it's the same side down. So let's, in the interest of science, let's see if we can reproduce these results. So I'm going to use some acrylic ink this time. Now I don't have a third one that's upside down, so this won't be a true scientific study. So what this is, in fact, you know what? I should probably give this a little bit of a shake before I use it. So these are acrylic inks. Doesn't really help that that label is completely covered with ink. So I want to make sure the pigment and binder and everything is as evenly distributed in here as possible, so that sometimes ink might separate and the pigment itself might sink to the bottom, in which case we might have more of a watery mixture. So I'm going to use the exact same tip on the exact same carbon paper on acrylic paint as well. And let's just see if we get any superior results here. It seems to be going on well, but so far just sort of sitting on the surface. It's not absorbing quite as much, which means I can kind of draw for a little bit longer. It does make me concerned that when I do press it down, that it's going to really blot a lot, because it's pretty thick on there thus far. So that's why, unlike the previous one where I was transferring it almost immediately, all of this still looks really wet. And if it's really wet, it's going to really blot a lot, which might turn this into one big blob. Okay, let's just start here. Quite a lot. So let's zoom in on this next one. There's still a lot of this. This is still actually quite wet up here. Purple's okay. I don't mind that. Now, my initial observations is that I like this better than the India ink. But also that was my first attempt using any material whatsoever. So I'll try that India ink again a little bit later on. Just after, maybe towards the end. Just to make sure that it's not just that, I used that material and I was still trying to get the hang of things and I unfairly dismissed it. I want to make sure that the results I was getting are the result of the material and not my own incompetence, right? Well, that's interesting. Oh, no, well, is it coming through? Did I pierce it a little bit? Very thin lines. Let's see how well they behave. Man, it is pretty tricky to get the exact right amount of ink for it to transfer and for it to not make a big blob. Okay, so let's zoom out and see how this turned out. Okay. So there's definitely a few areas I'm less happy with. I mean, some areas I'm really satisfied with, like the very simple dotted line that didn't blot too much, I think is ideal. But it's hard to get it to... Okay. So I've got 2 of these down, 2 of 12. Maybe I'll let that dry. Neither of which I'm super pleased about, but it's a process, right? So we're expecting there to be a little bit of growing pains when we're trying any new technique. Which one should we do next? So, let's take a moment here. Let's even start a different tab. What should we call this? Okay, I'm just going to call this underpainting, even though we're not underpainting. What I want to do right now is I want to take a moment to look at the potential different tools that we could use to create lines, to essentially to mimic the look of calligraphy. So I've got a bunch of different materials here, like I said off the top. So far I've used an acrylic or a calligraphy pen, one that I bought for that specific purpose. But I've got a few different things here, like a paper straw. Can I convert a paper straw into a calligraphy pen? All right, so let's see. I'm going to cut. Oh, that didn't cut very well. Kind of tore. I think this could still work. Let's try that again. So this time I'm going to flatten this end. Maybe that will create less of a tear. Okay. So I've got this point. I'm going to then cut that point a little bit. So what that does is it acts as a bit of a reservoir to help soak or to keep paint in there. So let's just see how effective. It's kind of a little bit splayed. But let's see if we dip it into our acrylic ink. I mean, we can paint with it. I'm doubtful how long this will last. I guess already kind of, you know, if this was a plastic one, I think. I mean, can we get a fine line? We can get a relatively fine line. Let's try a slightly modified version of this. Maybe let's not even cut the tip, actually. Let's just see if we can take this. Yeah, actually does just as good a job without being cut at the tip. Now it looks like it's falling apart, even though, well, actually, maybe is that part of what I cut? Let's just double check. It's hard to see. Let's just go right from scratch. It actually holds a lot of ink. That's pretty good. So far, this might be one of the most effective. Who would have known? A paper straw. This is a, you know, well, I was going to say it's a thicker paper straw, but it's not super thick. You know, I don't know where I got this. Maybe, who knows? I've had it for a while. Okay, let's try something completely different. I've got a bunch of these silicone straws that I've had around the house for years now, and they're, you know, I got them for well, I think I got them before our daughter was born, but thinking that they'd be, you know, nice. You could put them in your backpack on the way to work, and you wouldn't need to use a straw, a plastic straw. Now, since they've got rid of all plastic straws, you can get paper straws everywhere now. But so anyway, let's just see, out of curiosity, because I never use these things. So, what effect, if any? Okay, so you could maybe see that I cut it. It's quite flat. Let's just see, without even splitting it, if it will do anything. I mean, that works, I guess. Let's make it a bit more of a point, though. I mean, it works. It doesn't hold a lot of ink. Let's split it right down the center. Looks like I didn't get it quite centered. Yeah, it doesn't really hold ink very well. It comes out pretty quickly. I mean, it works, I suppose. Suppose you can use it. I wouldn't say this is ideal. I would say this is probably, you know, if you got to use something, I think this would work, but I don't think it's optimal. So far, I think I might like my paper straw that's just about as simple as you can get, just cutting that tip. Let's use a popsicle stick here. And I'm just going to use a pair of like wire cutters here. Cut that tip off. Let's see. I like how that works. It holds a lot of ink too, relatively. Oops. Although maybe not as evenly as we would like. A lot does come out immediately. Just making a bit more of a point. Okay, I gotta say, my two homemade pieces, at least for this type of activity, seem to be the most effective. Oh, I've got one more. These little... There's Deborah and Chase and Keek. So similar kind of thing I'm expecting to the popsicle stick in terms of its behavior. This is a little bit easier to cut. Seems like a bit more of a porous material. So if I get it wet, I imagine it absorbs more ink. Okay, so let's let's do this again. I was just sort of experimenting. Oh, and I've got a chopstick here. Just trying to get this chopstick to be as fine a point. It's just before I go on here. Works great. Okay, so let's just do a little recap here with materials. Let's take your, let's go even further in here. Or maybe I need a bigger paper. Okay, so let's start out with how many do we have? We got 2, 3, 4, 5. Do I have 5? So I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we've got Calligraphy Pen. We've got paper, straw, silicone straw, popsicle stick, what do we got? Chopstick and canvas wedge. Okay. And maybe even before, let's go back to our India ink and see if that will make any difference. Didn't hold much ink. Let's try again. I'm gonna really inundate. In fact, let's just, I'm gonna dip this directly in the India ink. Wow, that went kind of quick, faster than I expected. Okay, so that's the India ink. Let's try our paper straw. It will certainly do a lot more lines, eh? Silicone straw. Let's take this out. Okay, let's we'll just dip this right in here, just like we did everything else. Okay. Let's try our popsicle stick next. So it really holds a lot of ink here, right? That's very absorbent. That's pretty cool. Let's take, oops. Let's do this in order, Michael. Come on. Let's get with the program. Let's, what did I say? Chopstick. Let's do the chopstick here next. Oops. See, a lot of lines came off of that. And then our canvas wedge, just out of curiosity. I think I could probably do another bunch more lines. I gotta try this calligraphy pen. I can't believe I got such poor results. I'm gonna try with the nib that I was using previously, because maybe that's not fair. Let's try this nib. Okay, so that's a little bit better. I got 3 strokes out of it. These ones maybe I was pressing a little bit harder, and so it really spread the ink out very quickly. A few things to notice. So with the calligraphy pen, we got really nice sharp lines from the very beginning all the way until basically stroke number 3, or maybe even halfway down stroke number 3. Very nice, solid, consistent lines, no big blobs of ink. Paper straw also turned out to be very effective. Also, even from the beginning, not a lot of blobs. Pretty straightforward. Obviously not nearly as precise, but I'm surprised at how well it held up. Silicone straw, I would probably say, was the worst. The first contact with the paper created a big blob, and then it ran out very quickly afterwards. So this is still just a big glob of wet ink sitting on the surface there. The popsicle stick, I think, actually did really well. And potentially one thing I could do is even just tap this onto a little cloth to get that initial blast of ink off. And then I would probably be able to go quite a long while using the popsicle stick. It is, by the time it gets to, my 4th or 5th row here, probably not usable for this particular exercise. But, if I was doing a project with children, rather than giving out these calligraphy type pens to a bunch of like 5-10-year-old kids who could stab themselves with it, or at the very least break the tips, bend the tips, and make them useless going forward, popsicle stick with just, using a pair of wire cutters just to trim it down a little bit, that turned out really good. Similarly, I'm actually surprised with the chopstick. Again, I just sort of used the wire cutters just to kind of clip a little bit of that tip off, and I was able to get pretty good consistent lines. Again, how well they would work for this particular project, for the Warhol's Blotted-Line, remains to be seen. I'm going to try using them. The canvas wedge, it didn't surprise me. Like, it held a lot of ink, and I was actually able to do a lot of lines, not too dissimilar from the popsicle stick or the chopstick. And potentially, if I blotted that initial blob of ink that I had on there, this could actually be quite useful. So, this is what I did with the let me just write on here. So this is India ink. Let's do the same here. We've got 1, 2, 3, Now, I'm not expecting any difference really whatsoever. But, you know, it doesn't hurt to try. I've been surprised doing this type of thing in the past, getting unexpected results. And this is acrylic ink. Okay, so let's start all of this over again. I am wondering if I should try using the other sides of these materials, just for, again, the sake of science. Just so that I'm not potentially using the side that's had acrylic or the India ink soaking in, and maybe inhibit this in some way. I have zero confidence in this silicone, but we'll try it anyway. Okay, so let's start it over. Let's, we got our acrylic ink. I almost dipped it again. I'm like, no, that defies the purpose of this, right? Okay. Let's try the paper. Why is this got purple on there? Oh, I was testing it. Okay. Okay, so here's the paper straw. It's still kind of going too. Okay, that's great. Okay, let's try our silicone straw. I have zero hope for this here, but you never know. Well, it's actually turning out better than I expected, but, you know, not a lot of precision. It's kind of flopping all around. I mean, possibly we could make something like this work, but I think that's less successful. Let's try our popsicle stick now. Get that in the ink. I imagine also by the more that we soak that in, it's, you know, probably after the third or fourth not as useful. Did I say youthful or useful? What did I just say there? Not as youthful. I mean, maybe it's not as youthful, I suppose, possibly. So we got our chopstick here now. I mean, look how many lines I'm getting out of this. I mean, I could just keep on going, probably. That's pretty amazing. And then lastly, our canvas wedge here. I'm sure by the more I sit in there, the more ink it's going to be able to hold. Alright, so that's actually pretty cool. So let's come back out here. Let's see if we can make any observations. So they behaved very similar. I would say, though, that the acrylic ink seemed to last a little bit longer. We see that particularly like with the paper straw. It seemed to hold or allow itself to be held or to be soaked up by those different, mostly do-it-yourself materials. Except the calligraphy pen, oddly enough. Calligraphy pen, when I was using the traditional India ink, seemed to hold more ink than acrylic ink. That is unexpected. So I think what I want to do, I think my paper straw so far might have been the most effective, even though it's a free, cheap, and easy quick and dirty, do-it-yourself material. It seems to have been more effective than the calligraphy pen. Although it's not quite as precise, right? We're getting kind of wider lines. But for this process, might not be such a bad thing. So, very unexpected results here. So, let's move on to... So now I'm going to use the Strathmore paper. Okay, so maybe actually let's do another. Okay, now that we did a little experimentation with different do-it-yourself homemade calligraphy pens. Okay, now that we've done a little bit of a test using homemade calligraphy pens, let's put them into action and start painting with them and see what our results are going to be like. Previously, for the first two I used in the foreground pass number 1, I used this Canson tracing paper here. For this next set, I'm going to use this Strathmore tracing paper. The main difference is I noticed that the Canson was more transparent than the Strathmore. So when I was using the Canson, it was basically the same on both sides. I could see my pencil lines very clearly. With the Strathmore, I was surprised at how, you know, opaque it appears on the other side. Not too bad, but it was like, oh, that's not as clear as I maybe would have expected. So let's put all this into practice. Let's use the straw pen and should we use the purple again? Yeah, let's use the purple since we've just had success here with that. So, oops. So I'm going to begin by using my purple acrylic ink for this. And so I've dipped it in there. Now I'm getting a much wider line. We'll see how this works. Okay. So this might show the limitation of this material, because what I see happening is the ink is very opaque in some areas, creating big blobs. Okay, so to my surprise, not working as well as I hoped. Let's try the chopstick here now. Oh. I don't know if it's just because maybe I'm going too fast. Yeah, I don't really like this at all. Let's try just dabbing that initial bit of paint off. Might help a little bit. Okay. Recalibration time here. This might be the result of me just trying to do too much too quickly. So let me slow down a little bit. Dab that initial bit off. So let's try doing. Yeah. Okay. Let's. I'm gonna try going. Let's go back to the calligraphy pen and see. Is this actually the material, or is it maybe the tracing paper itself? Maybe it's the tracing paper that is causing undesirable results. Or is it the acrylic ink? I think it might be my homemade calligraphy pens. Those homemade calligraphy pens might work well for doing calligraphy, or just for like a simple, quick and dirty drawing tool. But for this blotted line technique, gotta say I am very disappointed. I think what it's doing is it applies a lot of ink all at once and then immediately starts to really dry out. And then so I either get areas where it's really thick, or areas where it's almost invisible. There's barely any ink is transferring. So that initial first set of lines, really thick blobs, get lots of blotting happening, but everything else after that, much less success. So let's bring let's see if we can kind of try to rescue this image a little bit. Let's just take a little bit of maybe. Not working so well. Okay. So another test piece, an unsuccessful test piece. We've got a few of those now. I'll let that dry before I try peeling this off. Shall we try doing this? Now, one thing I haven't done yet is use fluid acrylic. So I haven't used any of this material yet. So fluid acrylic is like acrylic paint, just way more fluid-like. But you can see it's not. Oops, it is not like acrylic ink. In that, like, here's my. It's probably very hard. You know, I try to swirl this around. You can see it sloshing around inside there. Here, it's much more opaque. So it's still very fluid. I mean, they call it fluid acrylic, but let's see. Do I have? I don't have any more of that paper up there. So let's just I'm not expecting great things from this, but let's just see. Can we do calligraphy with Fluid Acrylics. Okay, so the first thing is I dab this in here, and rather than just sort of dripping right off, it's sort of blobbing all over on that surface. So let's just see. It's not coming out at all. It's just sticking to the nib. Okay, that's good to know, though. Okay. Does not work at all for that. Okay, let's make our paper. I'm going to trim this again so we start out nice and fair with a new piece of paper here. Yeah, not very successful at all. Let's try our silicone straw. Now, it wouldn't surprise me if the silicone straw actually did better here than previously. But no luck at all. Let's try the other side just out of curiosity. No, no success whatsoever. Okay. We had our popsicle stick next. No, not effective either. Let's try our chopstick next. Not effective either. And then our canvas wedge here. Okay. So that's pretty definitive that, you know, this is not a material, fluid acrylic. As fluid as it may sound, it is not very effective for using this particular technique with. I'm actually surprised at how poor it has done here. I didn't. I expected it to do a little bit better. To the point where I think I'm just going to pour it back in here. Okay, so no to the fluid acrylics. Good to know. That's disappointing. I was kind of hoping that would work. Well, let's no, I was gonna see if maybe I could try using it. Okay, so let's try another one. This time I'm going to try using a Posca pen. Now, I plan on using the Posca pen to draw and fake that look out on the canvas, but why not see what might happen if we use a Posca pen to do the blotted line technique? Can we get any good results out of this? So you can see I can shake it up. It's like fluid inside here. Oh, this one I haven't opened yet. Let's use Okay, this one's been used. Okay, so my expectations here are, I think, are going to be very low, because I'm expecting it to dry really quickly. Yeah, look at that. It dried before I could even apply it. I mean, it does work a little bit, but man, I got to do this kind of quickly. That's kind of a bummer. I was hoping it would stay just a little bit longer. I mean, it works. But just, it dries too fast. Okay, so this is the Strathmore. Just before I say that this is not as effective, let's just see here. Okay, so this is the Canson. Same sort of thing, it just dries so quickly. Yeah. Doesn't really... That is very surprising. I mean, hey, let's, since this is just a test, why not, I don't think this is going to work, but here's a Sharpie. Actually, it did get a little tiny bit of a transfer, but not much. So maybe I'm not going to use all these, but I have a bunch of these like Sumi pens. Maybe an calligraphy pen with cartridge could actually end up working. So I think, what am I gonna try here? So this is the Strathmore. I'm gonna try using my acrylic ink again for this. Ah. Oh, that's interesting. That acrylic ink kind of seemed to wake up the Posca pen a little bit. So you might even say that there's an art to this that clearly I am not excelling at. Yikes. Nikki says, stopping by to say hi. It's been a while since I've watched your lives, but whenever I can, follow your wonderful work and that of the excellent students in your group. Awesome. Jeannie says, thanks for experimenting, learning a lot from it. I'm a curious person about this stuff. Pascaline says, learning while playing. Let's go back to our India ink here. I think it might be that India ink is ultimately more effective. I think it's partly because it takes a little bit longer, or it dries a little bit faster, or it absorbs into the tracing paper faster. Yikes. Oh my goodness. So just trying a little experiment going the backwards method. So I don't like how these are turning out at all. So let's take a moment to plot a little bit. Maybe it's worth trying to just kind of switch gears for a moment. I'm going to do this with the Posca pen, and I'm going to kind of fake out this look of the Blotted-Line. So, I haven't got the results I wanted, but I'm going to just try to create a fake Blotted-Line look, and we'll see if I can get something that I do feel happy about. Okay, maybe I need more tea here. Deborah says, I came in late, so I have to watch right from the beginning. Sometimes I find with calligraphy pens, there's a film on it and I have to clean it off. That could be a good point. Thank you, Deborah. Oh, and there's Paula in there. There is a difference between India ink and Chinese traditional ink. I'm not sure exactly the material differences, but they are different materials. And I don't have any Chinese calligraphy ink. This set that I bought here, it just says black ink. So I have no idea what kind of ink this is. I mean, we could try using it. I mean, this is a fairly mainstream brand. The thing is that obviously I'm using this calligraphy set here in a non-traditional way. Like, I think if I was just doing calligraphy, this would work. Any of these materials would actually work really well. But when I'm trying to use it for this specific technique of Andy Warhol's Blotted-Line, it is, I'm having a lot of difficulty, surprising. Chase says, where can I find this music? Good question, Chase. I'll find that for you here. So the music you're hearing is by a good friend of mine, one of my longtime collaborators, Sam Davidson, and he goes under the name Skim Milk. You can see here's the address is skimmilk.bandcamp.com. Right, skimmilk.band. In fact, I'll just copy this. And you can buy some of his albums there. So I put it in the chat. This is the newest album that he just put out. This is, you may recognize the artwork on the cover because it's a painting I did. I did this painting specifically for him. after many long conversations. So I don't know exactly. I can't actually hear what you're listening to right now. It's bone quiet in my studio. I'd venture to say that some of this music is probably off this album, The Ghosts of Jazz, which is another. I designed all the artwork for almost all of his albums. This is another one. I really like how this one turned out here. Yeah, if you like any of his music, here's this another one here. This is I think one of his first ones we did. I designed the font and everything for him. So anyway, let me thank you for the question, Chase. So what I want to do is I'm going to try to fake this look out of the Blotted-Line that Andy Warhol did here, and I'm going to do it with a Posca pen. I could try using a paintbrush, but that would be really painstaking. It would be really hard to get all those little tiny dots and things. So let's see how well we can do. Okay. Just going to test that this is in fact working. Okay. So I'm just kind of doing a little bit of a broken line. And maybe in a few places I'm going to make it a little bit bigger, kind of like it's blotting, right? So this is a much faster way of doing this, obviously, and I have a lot more control using the Posca pen than I do with the carbon paper. Okay. So definitely way more successful. But obviously not as authentic as if we were actually doing it with the tracing paper, which is a little disappointing, obviously, right? So some would say this is, it looks nice, but carries none of the authenticity or the kind of spontaneous qualities of Warhol's original. To which I would kind of agree, absolutely. I think Warhol would probably himself would find this very ironic that I am deliberately trying to kind of make it look degraded. The image is losing its precision, or I'm trying to make it look like it's an imprecise blotted line. That he used that technique to create unexpected results, and then here I am trying to mimic those unexpected results. But at the same but I also think like Warhol more than probably almost any artist would actually appreciate this, because he also was, like a lot of other pop artists, coming on the heels of abstract expressionism. And with abstract expressionism, you had this idea of artists trying to create these, very dynamic paintings with splatters and drips. And the pop artists at times tried to make paintings that had that look, but were actually done through a mechanical reproductive process. And so I think Warhol would probably find it funny that I am kind of faking out this not mechanical process, but reproductive process. Because it's something that he probably would have done himself. I keep wanting to dip my pen back in the paint or ink to. And I realize, oh yeah, that's not the tool I'm using, is it? Okay. So that turned out pretty well. Certainly way better than had I tried to use the tracing paper to do the blotted line, which is disappointing because it would be nice just for overall coherency if it was the same. Maybe let's plow forward here. Let's do. So this one is one my daughter and I did. I think I'm going to do this one with the Posca pen because the outline was using the carbon paper, or not carbon paper, using the stencil. I kind of got a kind of a wild stencil, and the stencil kind of bled out a little bit. I was thinking of using the Posca pen so I could make it look a little bit cleaner. But maybe I will. I'm trying to decide which one I want to do. Let's try using. Do I dare try doing this again on canvas? I can't expect that I would get different results at all. But maybe I will try to paint this with my fluid acrylic. Okay, so let's dive in here. I'm going to use a brush and fluid acrylics to paint this. So my fluid acrylics are more fluid, as one might expect. But they'll allow me to get fairly precise, small little lines here. So this does actually give me some hope that I could potentially still use this technique to do an actual blotted line. So I think this is turning out pretty good, better than I was expecting it would. Actually using a brush that's kind of a little bit frayed. In this instance, actually is kind of working out kind of well because it helps give it that little bit of a unexpected look. I'm trying to debate whether I want to paint the eyes white or just leave them red. You'll notice I'm allowing for some of the paint that went underneath the stencil to remain there, rather than trying to clean it up or hide it as I might normally do. I think there's something kind of charming about that, so I'm going to keep that right in here. So essentially what we're kind of recreating here is the bit of the misregistration that can happen when you're doing printmaking. And generally that's super undesirable. And you know, if you were making prints of, I don't know, Big Mac boxes for McDonald's, and there was misregistrations, those would probably be the ones that would get taken out of circulate. They wouldn't even make it into circulation. They would be stopped by quality control and thrown out, recycled. But with Warhol, often it was the very ones that turned out poorly that he was most excited about. Which I just think is, you know, a really great, very inspiring. Like it's that ability to accept mistakes, unexpected results, and to embrace them and really use them to his advantage is, I think, something we can all learn from, because we're always doing things, at least when it comes to art, that maybe we're unhappy with, that aren't turning out the way we want. And that can lead many people to want to throw those things out, recycle them. And Warhol was someone who did the exact opposite. Who charged more for them. Precisely because they were unique and different and unlike the other ones in the series. So that's turning out pretty good. I think what I want to do here, I'm going to blow dry this, and then do I want to paint those eyes white? That's my question for the day. Okay, so let's mute this. Oops. So this fluid acrylic, okay, I thought that was all wet. It's shiny, it's very glossy, so I thought all that meant it looked really wet, but it looks like it's dry for the most part. And it's also left a really nice embossing effect. I don't know if that's even, if I can show this on camera or not. Like, you can kind of see how that texture is a little more visible there. I think it looks actually really cool like that. That helps explain why it wasn't very effective at all for using with the calligraphy pens. So, I mean, let's just take a second here and compare these two different painting and drawing techniques. So here we've got one that I did using the Posca pen, and then here's one I did using fluid acrylics. So let's just, where's my Posca pen? So here's Posca pen and fluid acrylics on this one. Here, let's move that over here perhaps. This one, obviously the Posca pen, I can get more control, and I can really fake out all of that little dotted, blotted line. I have a little bit less control with the fluid acrylics, but it does seem to me, just by virtue of like the brush, that I've got a less even line. The line, instead of being very consistent, and the only way that I can make it appear to kind of blot is by kind of making larger and larger circles kind of radiating out of a space, which if I don't do it a lot can kind of look a little bit strange, whereas here it just almost seems to happen naturally. So you can tell me which one approach you like the best. I mean, it's possible to use a combination of both of them here, but I will say I'm pleasantly surprised by these results, because when I was doing the blotted line here, or at least attempting to do it, I don't really feel like I got any results that I'm happy with. So, what do I want to do here? Do I want to paint? How am I doing with time, first of all? Okay, got to leave in about an hour to get my daughter, so... I want to try using the fluid acrylic on a paintbrush. And see. So this is why I like having multiple paintings kind of on the go simultaneously. Because if one doesn't turn out and you've got one that sort of just kind of falls apart and makes a big mess and it kind of like feels like it's a lost cause, then rather than just tossing it out, I can keep it and test things on it. And I'll tell you, there have been times where I have done this, and sometimes the version that I've been using as a test ends up becoming my favorite artwork. You know, it's not blotting as neatly as ink does. But I think I might be able to at least rescue this from just being a completely lost cause. It's possible that at the very least it becomes something that I can learn from. and potentially kind of develop a technique that I could get better at. I mean, it's not bad. I mean, it's certainly better. This one was definitely one I was not happy with. And it's kind of coming around. Excuse me, sorry, I'm coughing right into my microphone. What if I add a little bit of water? And attempt to make this fluid acrylic just a little bit more fluid. I'm going to widen this here. Okay, so is it great? I don't know. I don't think so. But it's also has its own little bit of charm here. Even the way that those eyes are kind of barely open. I'm going to keep that to the side. Let's see, how am I doing with time? Do I want to... Okay, I think I'm going to quickly mix up a little bit of paint to paint some eyes. Actually, what is this? Marisol says maybe a thinner pencil, a thinner brush. Possibly. That's my thinnest brush, though. Or, well, I do have thinner brushes, but, what am I doing? Okay. And speaking of brush, where did I put... Okay, let's put this in the water so it's not going to dry out. Speaking of tiny brushes. Okay. What I should do is I should paint this white first. So this jar, this is the paint that I used to make my backgrounds. I mixed up quite a large batch. So the benefit of having a little bit of this left over at the end is for doing things like this, where, let's say I want to paint a color back over top, or I want to kind of fix a mistake even potentially. I can break out this background color, paint it into some of these areas. And that color will match. Make a bit of an orange. One thing that just happened there is that the Posca pen has come back alive like a watercolor and is smudged a little bit underneath this paint. So just have to be kind of careful with that. I've noticed that with Posca pens in the past. I'm going to blow dry this and then, excuse me, and then I'm going to paint over it a second time. Hopefully the Posca pen should have, should be kind of dry, or kind of protected by that layer of paint and shouldn't smudge a second time. Okay, let's try that again. Yeah, it's really smudging. not so bad. It's hard to notice unless you're looking for it. But there is smudging that's occurred here, that black ink. I'm sure it's probably not even perceptible on camera. So that's, I mean, that's fine, but looks too white to me. Let's blow dry that. Okay, let's just blow dry that. So I think what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to continue using my paintbrush to fake out this blotted line. I mean, you can see there's a little bit of texture on here that I'm not so happy with. So I'm just kind of making up where these curving semicircle shapes are. Excuse me. Not my finest printing, but it's printing. Okay. Well, let's power through the rest of these. I like how this effect works, so I'm just going to keep on going with it. I won't finish all of them because I got still a bunch. I think I'm going to reserve them for doing a little bit further testing, maybe off camera, to see if there's a technique out there that might work better. Do a little bit more research. Marisol says, it seems like Warhol also masked the eyes out. The original images, like the one you're seeing here on the screen, they're all done just black outlines on white paper. No pink or any coloring inside. So they're all non-color, just black outlines on white paper. The colored layer was done separately, basically kind of like this. And then they could then take that black and create a print of it and apply it over top of lots of different colors, as they did in the books that Warhol published. So I understand what you're saying. He masked the eyes out to get so I wouldn't have to paint the white out here. But he just his was a totally different printmaking method that was like a stamp that's being applied on top. So there wouldn't be any need for masking fluid or anything like that. But certainly you could use that to do this particular project for sure. Okay, how about let's zoom in. Maybe I'll even start down here on the bottom, just in terms of making it easier on my hand to paint this. It's not on camera, darn it. So I can't see any pencil lines here. I'm just kind of making this up along as I go. So if it looks similar to the original, that's great. If it looks a little bit different, that's great too. A little bit of splatter there on the left. Ay, ay, ay. Ha ha ha. Red sock, smudging, smearing. Oh no. Okay. And then I've got one more. Maybe I'm going to paint that eye yellow right now before I get anything going here. Just going to take my cool yellow. Just realized I did the shape of that eye a little bit different. So you could see, like, by the time he's doing some of these, he's totally mastered this technique. And he's able to get the lines exactly the way he wants them. It wouldn't even surprise me if some of these lines were painted afterwards. So he might be using that blotted line for some things, but not necessarily all of them. Okay. Okay, I think I gotta wrap up here. I gotta go get my daughter from school. So, let's do our wrap up here. Okay, so we're at the end here. There's still a number of other ones I could continue doing, but I think it's a good time to kind of wrap up because we've got a lot of stuff kind of done, and it's whether it's worth kind of just taking a look at them and thinking about what we want to do in the future. So if you're watching for the first time, again, like the episode, subscribe to the channel, hit the notification bell so you know when future episodes are taking place. If you want to support the channel with a small donation, as little as $1 through PayPal, or while we're live here using the Super Chat function, or you want to send an e-transfer via email or a check in the mail, contact me through my email. My email's listed on my website and on the Facebook group. And if you haven't joined the Facebook group already, I strongly encourage you to do so. So in a couple of weeks, I'm going to go through everything that's on the Facebook group and give free feedback on there. So if you want to participate in that, I would encourage you to join the Facebook group. So where should we start here? Let's look at this one. Okay. So there's this one. All the ones we're going to look at least at first, are going to be the ones that I did on canvas. And just kind of faking out the blotted line on canvas. So if you recall, this stencil was the red there I did with my daughter. I made a stencil and she helped me paint inside the stencils. I then also painted the white back out for those eyes, and then traced over with a paintbrush the edges and kind of made it a little bit kind of deliberately a little fidgety and a broken line to recreate the effect of the blotted line that Warhol did in his own in the artwork you see on the left there. That's how he made these. So my work doesn't have kind of the same areas where the ink is really blotted and clotted together like this and quote-unquote made for some imperfections. Mine, if anything, looks a little bit cleaner and more precise than his, but I think again it loses a little bit of that special unique quality that these artworks are so famous for. Now, most people probably won't notice the difference, and maybe conceptually they are very different because there isn't that chance operation happening here, but I think it turned out okay. I also made the name of the cat, Sam, much larger, and hand wrote it without any guides, so it is a little bit different, maybe a little bit sloppy. Okay, let's go to the next one here on my list. Let's zoom back out, see these side by side. There's this one, which turned out pretty good. Yeah, let's zoom in on that and just see how this one turned out. We'll start down here, I guess. So, I mean, the line quality is similar in mine than it is to his, but they are, again, different techniques. Again, this one was hand painted to give it that particular look of the blotted line, but doesn't actually feature the blotted line at all. It's all just kind of me faking it out. But I like how they turned out. It does give me a lot of ideas for how I could use this similar line in the future. I never would have expected to paint it this way. I never would have really thought about painting this way at all, to be quite honest, until doing this. Oh, I just realized I forgot to do the eyes here. So I'm just feeling like I need to widen a few of these dotted lines to make it a little bit more of that blotting effect. Maybe that's enough. Okay, how about we start out zoomed out. Okay, so obviously the lines, this one I did exclusively using the Posca pen, which is different than all the rest. And so the line is much thinner and a little bit more of the actual little dotted lines. I think I like how that turned out. If I really wanted to kind of give it the same sort of effect that I had in here, for instance, then I could just take my paintbrush and that fluid acrylic and trace around those lines. Let's zoom in again real quick and just take a quick little look. Right, you can see some of his lines originally are wider than others, whereas everything here on mine has a very consistent line, except for some of the last things I did here with just the eyes. Right, everything else has got that little dotted line. I like how this turned out. I mean, it's, again, a little bit, it's this manufactured look. But again, of all the people who would appreciate that manufactured quality, it would certainly 100% be Andy Warhol himself. He would have certainly appreciated the idea of mimicking these. Now, there are those little black spots. Should I put those in here? I put them in slightly different places. Okay. And then last but not least, this one here. I guess I will show some of the failed blotted line ones just to kind of wrap up as well. So this one, oddly enough, as I put those dark lines around, I think kind of took away something of the fun wateriness of this acrylic here. That it at one point felt a lot more ambiguous, but also a lot more painterly. By putting those black outlines all around, it kind of locked that the wildness of these brush strokes down, and has sort of, you know, imprisoned them a little bit. I think, you know, if I was doing this on my own, I probably would have maybe just done the face, maybe a little few lines for the paws, and then just walked away. I don't think I needed to do any more than that. But, you know, sometimes you never know until you've actually done it. And so I'm glad I've done it. But, you know, maybe anybody else watching, you know, who's done something similar could take that away from this. So let's just zoom in here. Pause. Again, I had to do something a little bit different just because I added accidentally a little bit too much black down there. Name Sam. Maybe a little bit bigger. Well, I deliberately wanted them to be a little bit bigger, for sure. Just for fun. And you can see in there's a lot more yellow and variations of that turquoise. mine was pretty much all one consistent color. You can also see a lot more of the texture of the canvas, or well, not the canvas really. That's the various layers of paint I applied over the imprimatur that have given those vertical lines. But I don't mind that though. I kind of think it's kind of cool. Also, the eye shape was a little bit different. A little bit of a mistake when I did it, but I think it's actually kind of cool too. So let's just zoom out of that. Okay, I gotta run here in just a couple seconds. So let's just look at some of these failed efforts. So these are all the ones here that I did attempting to recreate Andy Warhol's Blotted-Line. And I will say, I had never done the Blotted-Line until today. It is a lot harder than it looks to get the effect that you want. And it does make me really appreciate what Andy Warhol did using this technique. I think, you know, it's with a lot of stuff like Warhol, he cultivated that impression that he was super naive and that he was just sort of fumbling around. But, you know, when you see this kind of, you're like, wow, he really knew what he was doing. He was really technically gifted. And in order to do this, there would have been a lot of trial and error. I mean, just what you can see here, a lot of trial and error. Some of this, you know, I mean, this might be the most effective one. Here we've got that one there. They just look very messy, and I don't think most people would be happy with these results. I think Warhol would probably, you know, if he had done them, he would have been like, yeah, I'm not the happiest, but let's save them, and then maybe 50 years from now, someone will spend a couple $1 million on them. Don't throw them away, because we could maybe sell them. Somebody would buy them, but he probably wouldn't be the happiest for this to be reproduced, like on the cover of a book or an exhibition catalog. I think he probably would have, like, kind of lost a little bit here. But as exercises, I think I'm happy I've done them. Again, you know, the blotting kind of got a little bit out of control. But, you know, in this one I think I used, rather than I used a combination of a few different things. This one was maybe the worst, and I might have rescued it. It might now be one of the best of the ones using the tracing paper and the blotting technique. So that's maybe somewhat satisfying, but still, I wouldn't say any of these are overly successful. You know, kind of disappointing all in all. But I'm glad I tried doing them. As I said, I've got a few here left over. Here's a canvas that I have yet to do anything with. Ideally, I would like to do the Blotted-Line transfer technique on the canvas, if I can figure out the best way to do it. My daughter and I did a number of these other versions using the stencil, so I've got a few more here that I can use to try to work out the problems here. And I've even got another one of these ready to go. So I got a few backups, which is how I like to work. I like to have a few extra options. So if things don't work out, as those did not, then all is not lost. And I'm happy that I was able to experiment with a few different techniques, like on these canvases, so that before I just jumped right in to doing these. All right. That seemed to fit all of them on my table. Maybe I can. Let's see if we can. there, look at that. Okay. Very cool. Okay, everyone. Well, enjoy the rest of your evening or afternoon, morning, wherever you happen to be on our beautiful planet. It is freezing cold here in, well, most of Canada, Northwest, and Northeast, all of the United States and Canada. Pretty cold everywhere. So bundle up, try to stay warm, call your mom, tell her you love her. We'll see you guys in next week. I think we're not doing another episode till next week, so we'll see you then. Have a great night, everybody. We'll talk to you soon. Bye-bye. Whew, it's cold in the studio.